Look at this. Look. And these have all been refilled a couple times today. My fourth run.
You're living in a place you don't want to be.
Morning, Taylor.
Too many people said you can't have to be. You need to change your scene.
Well, Mr. Kenny, look at you. Boy, 10 days into that trucker rally and a miracle happens. COVID numbers drop from 7,000 in Alberta to 2,000. That's a Christmas miracle, isn't it? Oh, and no more Vax Pass in Alberta now? What a miracle. Oh, you don't have to wear masks come Monday? Wonder how that happened. You want to know how that happened? Your federal government, through the Ottawa police, almost caused a civil war. You finally realize we mean business. You ever dare threaten to take people's kids again? Look out. Thank you, truckers. We still have a road to hoe. We're now not out of the woods yet, but we're getting there. And donate the cookies! Well, Mr. Kenny, look at you!
The decentralized finance sector is on fire. In 2021, the DeFi market exploded.
Hi, for those watching this video, it is February 8th, and I am making this video to reach all police officers. So if you're watching this and you know a police officer out there, they need to listen. They need to know what's going on, and if they're not seeing what's happening out there, I'm here to fill them in. So if you can get this out to them, they need to listen. So first of all, I just want to say that I admire what you do as a police officer. I lived it for 24 years. It's something I always wanted to do when I was a kid, and I loved what I did. I loved helping people. I loved protecting those that needed protection, and I loved going every single day to be able to do that, risking my life for Canadians. And that's what you're being called to do today. There is an evil in this world right now, and there are things happening, and that you know deep down in your gut, in your soul, in your heart, that what is happening is wrong. You know that your police service and the government are actually providing unlawful orders to you to uphold. You know that. You can feel that, because I feel that. I am still a constable and will be forever, because that's what I'll do. I will continue to protect Canadians and anybody else that comes into my life from outside of Canada. I'll be there for them as well. And you are exactly the same as I am. So I'm calling on all of you police officers across Canada that are dealing with any of these truckers or any of the protesters. They're not really protesters. They're trying to regain their freedoms back that have been taken away from them for the last 2 years. So you police officers out there, you have families, you have wives, significant others, children. Do you want them to grow up not having what you had growing up? No freedoms to do what you want to do, just the government and the police headquarters telling you everything that you have to do to put in your body? Is that what you want for your children? So when you're out there in the line and you're dealing with people who are just wanting to regain their freedoms back, time to have some humanity. Time to go against unlawful orders from your police chiefs, your hierarchy, even right down to the sergeant on the street. If he tells you to do something, and deep down you know that it's wrong, unlawful, and it goes against your morals and they're your core values, you are obliged to stand down. Obliged. That is your duty. Your duty is to uphold the law. Your duty is not to do what I have seen in some of these photos coming back from Ottawa. I was there. It was very peaceful. I walked around. I met a lot of policemen. I met a lot of truckers. What is happening now, what the police chief in Ottawa is doing, and the mayor and Justin Trudeau, is outright criminal, what you guys are starting to do against those truckers, those peaceful demonstrators. Do not partake in that. That is not what you are. You have values that you hold dear to yourself, and the public holds you in high esteem. Do not throw that away by continuing to do any of these unlawful orders. Follow who you are. Do not follow leaders that are unlawfully telling you to do things. Treat people with respect and dignity, because you know what? They're fighting for you. They're fighting for your children. They're fighting for your children's children, your grandchildren, for the future generations. So as a police officer, do what you signed up to do. Protect Canadians. You can run into the bullets like you've always done. Here's the bullets coming at you. The bullets are unlawful orders. The bullets are bullying, intimidation by the government, by police leaders. Don't partake in that. Do not do it. You guys are better than that. Show who you really are. Police officers will shine in this country. You will be so highly respected if you get on the right side of history. And it's being written right now. So now's the time to make the choice. I've been saying this for months. Get off the fence. Do something. Speak up. Speak out. Please. Deep down in your soul, you know what's happening is wrong. Time to act. Be that person that you really are. You are there to protect and serve. Do that. Thank you.
Let me please introduce.
It doesn't matter if you have 10,000 followers. Print on demand is an amazing way to make money online.
Hello, my name is Nick Motichka. I'm a police officer currently with the Calgary Police Service. I've been with Calgary for just a little over 10 years and the RCMP for approximately 6 years. I just wanted to read what I wrote this evening. Today was a hard day for me. Something was taken away from me that I can never get back. Watching members of the Ottawa Police Service seize fuel from peaceful protesters took away a long-held belief that I thought to be a lasting truth. And that is that the police are here when push really comes to shove to protect and help people. I will never see my profession in the same light than I did before today. What I saw was the police doing politicians' dirty work like hired goons. This goes against every reason why I chose this mostly thankless, difficult, traumatizing career with terrible hours. The reason I got into law enforcement was to help people. However naive that was, it is my honest truth. As the years wore on, I'll be the first to admit that I got jaded, but I never let anything compromise my integrity. I always applied the front page of the newspaper test, and that is, would I be okay with whatever I was about to do being on the front page of the paper or a news story in your feed for younger viewers? Doing what was right, even when no one was looking, even if it was difficult, was always the right decision. What is happening in Ottawa with the clear political influence on the police to physically exert political will on peaceful protesters for nothing more than possible political gain is so very wrong on on so many levels. I was just following orders is no longer an excuse. It is time to stand up and speak out by refusing to breach your fellow citizens' fundamental charter rights. You signed up to help people. Stand with your fellow Canadians and say enough is enough. There is no doubt that we are all part of history right now. I have one question for you. Which side do you want to be on?
Hello, Canada and the world. This is an update from the Ambassador Bridge. Today is February 8th. The police are preparing a forceful action because the Ambassador Bridge is very important economically to Canada and the USA, and so they want it flowing. We need everyone available to go there and reinforce it. We need to hold the line. More people, the better. Now is the time, everybody. Also, people in the USA, please support us, the Canadians, on your side, the Michigan-Detroit border side. There, because if they try to take out us in Canada, they might realize, well, there's no point because it's already becoming blocked on the USA side. So again, this is Ambassador Bridge. It connects Detroit, Michigan to Windsor, Ontario. So the Canadians have that side, but we might be attacked. We're forced out with force by the police. I am Marcel Ernie Racing News reporting.
Soon may our freedom come to bring us freedom, family, and fun. One day the mandate said we'll take our leave and go.
I just wanted to say, if we're playing me or anything, I'm going to put Legos all over Parliament Hill. Everywhere Lego.
Let's go. Thanks, Owen.
Hello, my friends. I got 15 minutes left on my workout, and I'm inviting you all over for a tea party.
Want to know the best way to potentially make a big income online? It's by making lots of small income online. Hi.
Hill, and there are a lot more streets blocked off. It is bigger than what these streamers and content creators show. But if you find the interviews with the truckers like Christian and Chrissa, it's fantastic. People, they're like your grandpa or your uncle. They're family men, moms, dads, they're brothers and sisters, and they're teaching a valuable on how to fight for what's right and your principles.
Showing the world how to do it the right way.
All this just seemed completely on the table before coming here. So the fact that we're even considering having 2,000 subscribers by the end of the day is just mind-blowing to me. It's confirmed.
Good morning, Basco. Hope you're doing well, sir. Another Canadian in the chat. Hail to all my Canadians here today. Thank you. And if you do find Red Print, tell them Fat Steven sent you. Give him a subscribe. At least give him a subscribe, man. This kid has a lot of energy, and he's down there bright and early before everyone else. I'm helping get him eyes because the algorithm will hide you. Thank you. That's all I ask. No money.
Background. Honestly, it's so far you can't even see it. Maybe you can see the very, very tip of it down there. but we've walked a very long way. It is at Kent and Cooper. I heard streamers are being doxxed. I don't know what that means.
What doxed means is that they're trying to find streamers who are new at this down on the ground, give out their real identity, their address, and all that stuff. So it kind of opens up a form of harassment. They can do background checks to see if these people have done anything bad that will not only make the streamer look bad, but will stop them from streaming what's going on. It is a dirty tactic. It is a horrifying tactic. No one has the right to try to destroy your anonymous mode. You're supporting a protest or just doing streams down there. So doxing is some dirty shit.
Yeah, doxing is always bad. It's never a good excuse for doxing.
Morning, guys. Freedom, Spider-Man. The trolls live in the Matrix. Interesting comment. Oh my gosh, hold on. Look at all these supplies. Unbelievable. That is awesome.
Just as a side note for those that are actually been watching for a while, they have fed homeless, offer clothes if they need it. City of Ottawa people, residents have been offering places to shower, hot meals, dropping off fully cooked hot meals, and everything. So they have picked up almost every cigarette butt. They have picked up any piece of trash. They have treated not only the city of Ottawa with respect, they have treated the grounds, the memorials, and their capital. They have literally shown how protests can be done, and they are doing a respect to the president. So thank you, Canada, and thank you, Red Prince, for being on the ground today. Supposedly Trudeau or news, whatever it was accusing the truckers of stealing from the homeless, stealing food.
Me and my little snowmobile suit. Fantastic. Yeah, J-Dub, you're right about that. I only had 800 something subscribers when I did travel 69 yesterday. Yeah, talking to streamers big time helped me out. So big shout out to all those guys for boosting me. I really appreciate it. We're willing to do that.
That isn't true. GoFundMe is now doing everything.
That's cool. There's a tree on top of that. Okay. $1,300 subs. Appreciate that. Honestly, mind blowing.
I don't know if Bell Canada is down in Ottawa. If the cell service was down, I think there would be a lot of people streaming.
Thank you for freezing your ass off for Canada. No problem, man. All right. The tree actually rotates. That just makes it even cooler. I have a tree perched on some metal watering can of sorts, but it also rotates. Wow. Came for the convoy, stayed for the tree.
And this is why I don't understand modern art.
Little bit of a patch job on there. Morning.
You are watching us help get Red Prince's stream out more. That's why he's credited. But you see in the bottom left of your screen, when I am talking, there is a circle around my my picture. The one beside it is who is a friend of mine.
Good morning, everyone.
So this is how I transform the content, giving credit, and I give my opinion as a Canadian. I cannot get that. My back is messed up. There is no hotels. I have no transportation. So the best I can do, the streamers, be seen, because our YouTube will hide you in the algorithm. They will bury you. Facebook is already hiding live streams with common words. So this is me doing my part as a Canadian. Thank you for being here. And no money. Don't give me no money.
Holy.
They're saying it is going to be a lot bigger than last Saturday. So it's probably going to be an experience.
Some people said the fuel has been returned. I'm not too sure about that. Some confirmed it as it's true. Some said no, and it's not. So not quite sure about that, but
there is an injunction for 10 days where they cannot blow their horns, and they are following it because they can either get arrested or fined, charged. Yes.
And also, since it's not so cold anymore, they can sleep with their trucks turned off, so that further conserves on the fuel. So from what I'm hearing, even if they do confiscate all the fuel, it's a non-issue.
Footage of people getting arrested just by honking by accident, so we don't know. I guess it would be up to the cop, their emotional status, and how, I'm going to put it in regular terms, how much of a prick they are. Right? It all depends on how they carry themselves and how they act.
Yeah.
Dude, I believe you say honk with your voice. Yes.
Goes all the way up over there. And let's go this way. I seem to remember talking to these guys yesterday morning. They've been here since day one. Most of these people have, to be honest. Mandate freedom.
Yeah, it's good to see so many people have stayed there for so long.
A little bit of a poem here. Education is denied, families on the divide, mental health has died. You force us to take your side, or a side, I should say. Okay.
I am just a restreamer who asks questions as a Canadian. The pinned link. He deserves the subscription. He is on the ground. I am just making sure he is seen and given credit because of how YouTube sometimes runs with hiding your channel with this stuff. It is so hard to find people on Facebook streaming lately. So this is the best I can do. And good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you. But the world is now watching.
Okay. Glad to say the mainstream media here, finally.
That man with the camera is literally supposedly U.S. mainstream media. We've seen CTV down there. CNN was down there as well. News is calling truckers for interviews.
Media outlets, because those two guys were definitely his bodyguards. They were just awkwardly standing there. Oh, that's a smart idea. Okay, where on earth are we? Oh, okay, Parliament Hill is right there.
We have 925 people here. You want to help veterans be seen? The only thing I ask for you is share this. Click on that share tab and share it where you can. For one person shared, another person might share. That's all I ask. I don't want your money. Prince deserves your money. I'm here to help out other Canadians be seen. Thank you. It says YouTube on the scrolling text, Snoopy. YT stands for YouTube. If it was Facebook, it would be FB. So look for Red Prince on YouTube.
Oh my god, these chats are funny. Mussolini would be proud of the left these days. So here we have Sparks Street. Very quiet.
Give Send Go were the ones that offered to hold their charity, and Give Send Go has not done anything to say they're not going to give the money. GoFundMe has literally made themselves look fools since they decided to stop funding them from Ottawa Police or whoever.
Okay, this is a little bit of a interesting development here. So there's another camera over here. I wonder if they're connected to the guy who is just around that corner.
Now, I'm going to say something right now. Who's been watching since this started? How much mainstream news have you seen down there at all with the people? How many news outlets have you seen? And lately, more and more are showing up. Not from behind the political fences, but in the thick of it. I find it funny slander and labeling that is not true before they even attempted to go and actually film the truckers. So that shows how much care and how long it takes for mainstream media to actually have the balls brave to go down there. And I'm going to be critical of that because I've seen more streamers on journalists overnight when mainstream should have been there day one, talking to both how government sees it and how that is the biggest problem with mainstream, and that's where the trust has fallen. That is where the trust has fallen. They're all about the sex sells mentality now. Nothing else. Yes, I am sitting at home too, but if you're going to criticize me, Fun, when I'm literally taking no credit for this and Red Prince is credited, you can sit from home too. And yeah, I can't get down there. But thank you for that. I appreciate that. It's great. Thank you for your criticism. I've stated numerous times I can't get down there. Thank you. Thank you. I thank you for telling me that I'm sitting at home. I appreciate it. I have to press all these buttons. You're so cool. Thank you.
Yeah. And what happens as a person in Ottawa, you say, well, what do you do when you grow up? What do you do when you go to school and making, that was fun. But then I said, oh, I'll get a job in civil service. What a boring boring. But
when you saw insurrectionists feed the homeless or dance or give high fives or hug and be friendly.
Living around certain parts of the city, and they phoned mice coming over and talking.
So I've always been. Oh man, okay.
And they know, like the guys are trained. I worked with the first snipers that went to Kandahar. They're in Iraq, and we were in Germany, and they were with us as a team, and we helped them. They developed their skills.
Yeah.
6 years after they got out, they had no job. They said, "Well, we can't. We're murderers. We're killers." And so they were the best snipers in NATO. Best snipers the Americans could ever we were using. But we brought them to Ottawa. We got them jobs at Toys R Us.
Oh no!
Sitting at Toys R Us.
Oh no!
The longest kill 2 miles, and he's working at the desk.
In Toys R Us.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
And the government said, "Well, you're only 6 years, so you don't get a pension."
Oh.
$900. They went out on the street, and many of them, they weren't all married, but they had girlfriends, and they left, because they can't sleep at night. They had insomnia, but they also had to sleep in darkness. Like their rooms, they had to cover them in plastic, and it was bad. But then they say, "Would you help them?" And I work in the south end of Ottawa, and Montfort is a center. Montfort Hospital is a military institute. Right. It's not. It's really in care. there's not much care. They have one doctor in the whole place.
Oh gosh.
And they can't take that drug. You know, their drugs are off after six months. They're off the drugs. They can't go on it. But they get weed helps a little. You know, they don't live on a lot of money though. I mean, they have to subsidize just the work.
So I think the obvious question here is, why would they not just go back to the army instead of being humiliated at Toys R Us?
Oh, they tried. Well, a couple of them tried to work for JTF. You know, out at there's a complex.
Okay.
And that's for every regiment had people that went to that complex to work. And what they do is they need somebody fast, like a sixer team, like Super Six, you know, the SWAT teams.
Okay.
But they've got 24. They could come in here and clean the day, but then there'd be murder because they're trained. You're trained like it's not just tasers, but they're all shooters. You know, headshot.
So then why don't guys who are that good, presumably, go and work for, you know,
Some of them do.
the police or security or
Well,
anything
some
like
of them
that?
work as mercenaries, and they've been to certain places.
Okay.
You know, they work on the
Okay.
border between Ukraine and Russia. There are guys who speak the languages too. Some of them are on alert. You know what alert is?
No.
Listening. North Pole, Ellesmere. on the
Oh,
near
wow.
Greenland. So we guys that speak. They speak they speak Russian and Innu. Innu is the language of the northern people from Russia. They don't speak. Our people don't speak it. They're not talking. They speak Innu, and they're able to translate when they're hearing. You know, that's what we do is listening. We're a bunch of listeners. We don't talk. We have the best translators in the world working for us. They are the best. Like you can go from any European language, but they also know the Russian dialects. We can translate, and the Americans use us because we can do that. We send. That's why we're on the north. Alert is important. Yeah, I've been all over the place. I love it down here. I think it's great. I'll retire down here, but not down. Down. It's kind of boring though. Otherwise,
anymore, it ain't. Wow.
And we came down and there was guys down on Elgin with guns, and you never see that. But that was an interesting time. 2 weeks we had to watch what we did, and you had school. The RCMP were at Ottawa U because they thought that they're going to take over there. Which is a French professor. He's taking notes. And I said, well, everybody took notes of who's, and the class is full of RCMPs. He's 5. He's 45.
Remember to reshare the stream out. Have see this. Thank you.
Absolutely.
The guards on the hill know a lot. The guards that work up, the security force much better than they used to.
Well, I imagine so. I mean, after the develop this, they kind of got to be.
When I talked to some of the guys, and they
Yeah.
Poor guys are the vagrants. Guys that hang out in Ottawa, what do they do? They're vagrants. I mean, they have no place to go.
Yeah.
It's taken. They have different spots where they're warm and they can sleep down there. They used to go into the Bank of Canada, and they left the door open at the back so they can go in the basement.
Oh.
That's really interesting. Bunch of people. But people working in that building, that was eternal. The Senate was in there. They moved the Senate. That building is vacant.
right now.
They could use that. They knew certain things.
Huh.
They can go in there. Yeah, I looked through military today. I said, don't wear. But I was talking to one of the guys down the RCMP they have more people. But they've got a big office out here. So,
The RCMP?
yeah, and they
Okay.
have the guy with the, you know, they have a
Oh, the
huge-
drones.
They have a big drone on top of the building.
Okay.
And the guy goes up and he's playing with it. He's my kid to do this. And he's up there, the drone goes over to home on the gas.
Hasn't been confirmed about water contaminating their fuel reserves. Until I do, it's all hearsay till we know.
But usually he does a circle.
And just kind of checks in on what's going on.
They ask him for disclosures in certain areas. They use it for the building now. The cranes are all screwed up. What do you mean? They're down quite deep in there.
Yeah.
They dig out two. If you ever heard the story of the Parliament when it burned in 1918, there was underneath these the Governor General and had a place to walk from his place. The Governor General could walk underground.
That's so cool.
And then this goes out under the river. And now there's one that goes under the river across to the museum. So they can clear it out after the shooter. After that shooting incident, they're making security. They do a shelter in there, but it's not.
So that's crazy. So with the construction that's going on right now, that's what they're fortifying is the tunnels.
Not quite. They're rebuilding the whole center block, but they have to go down and they have to dig new foundations. Because when the fire took place, 1918, it burned the foundation, and it was concrete, not concrete.
Yeah.
Chipped, and the fire heated that up. So quartzite will heat.
Okay.
It's from the gap mill. It's interesting to see how things operate here. And the government, they had two guys. They fired one construction. Nobody from Ottawa. Nobody.
Now, holy shit. Have you seen that kid right there, guys? That kid looked very horrifyingly scary. So I want to say one thing. That kid looked so damn scary. I even have to get an adult now. If this was such a dangerous insurrection and demonstration, why are people bringing their families down to show them and teach them what protest is? If this was such an area of horrifying effect, where is the violence? And that's the one thing that bothers me. They are painting humans, the humanity, Canadians, as evil people, judging them by whatever means necessary because they can't win through legal.
So they moved all the people out of here.
They moved them out.
Hmm.
Oh, it's great.
By the way, I didn't get your name. Mike? Nice to meet you. Well, I'm sure I'll see you around.
10th Street has a big church.
Uh-huh.
I work at the church.
Oh, you do? Ah.
3 jobs up there.
Perfect.
Holy crap, man. Yeah.
Sure.
I do this very often. But they're closed now. I said to the pastor, I said, and he says, "Oh, I'm here as Irish. I'm going to stay here." I said, "Oh, stay there. You know." I said, "Well, if you open it, everybody will come in and sleep." Take care, Chris.
Yeah, okay. I'll see you around, Mike. Thanks. Okay. By the way, guys, if anyone else is live, let me know in the chat. Morning. War campaign is live. Perfect. You're the only sub I have that's on live, like real live. Okay. Appreciate that, man. Good to know. I heard War Campaign is live. I have yet to run into him.
His link, Red Prince, is in the chat if you want to give him a sub. I am people who are on the ground get seen, and I comment questions and ask if you have any, if I know the answers. Other than that, a lot of people are showing up and a lot more mainstream media tonight.
Interviewing people finally.
Yes, I know, Maureen. Thank you.
Volunteer firefighters can refuel truckers. Spread the word. I got a couple hamburgers from them yesterday. They cooked some mean burgers, and that was so good. Give Send Go is now at 7.4.
Yes, a lot more mainstream has shown up. It has taken them, what, almost 10 days to show, or however long, to even come into the protest area from what I've noticed. So either they're starting to see what's actually going on, or they're realizing no one gives a crap about their goddamn propaganda or fake news, as people call it. But yeah, YouTubers, Facebook streamers are literally killing mainstream media with truth over perception.
Morning, guys. Or campaign is live now. Looks like he's near bank in Wellington Street. Weed is legal, but mandates are not. I don't have anything on me right now. Appreciate you, though. That's very true. I like that. 1.38 thousand subscribers. We told you, great job, man. Appreciate that, guys. That's fantastic. Is that person sitting okay? Yeah, he's just eating his lunch right now. Probably got it from the food stand.
Diana, tell Red Prince if he ever wants to get on a StreamYards and tell him what he's seen. I would love to interview him. Thank you.
You can't just occupy the city with commercial vehicles. First time to Arthur Berry, I appreciate that, man. So ZOT, yeah, it's confirmed. He was up until 3 this morning. That's ridiculous. Wow. Our campaign has about 5K viewers right now. That's unbelievable. Can you read more chat names? I try my best. What's the temperature today? It is
technically, Deanna, he's kind of sitting down right now, so he's live sitting right now. And we are spreading the word. We know about the firefighters.
Ron Durham, who commented that. Yeah. When you type in Freedom Convoy live streams, they don't show up. You have to specifically go to the filters and choose live, and then they'll show up. Another comment says -9 degrees Celsius. Yeah, so a little bit colder than I thought, but not. I found it easily. Just look for Ottawa and live. Okay. So if everyone else could comment if they have an easy time finding these lives, I'd be interested in knowing that, because I certainly did not when I'm looking for other people. Can you ask a trucker if more are coming? We have confirmed that there are 1,000. The only thing that is left in question is when exactly are they going to be?
Hey, is that a news chopper I'm hearing? Because I don't hear many air traffic around here. Is that somebody print in this chat if that's a news chopper?
Definitely sounds like one.
If you're already subscribed, it's easy, I suppose. So, thank you, Barb. It's easy to find specific channels, but okay, that comment is a little confusing. You are 100% correct. YouTube is messing with the search. Okay, so it's not just me. I get notified every time people go live. I'm following a lot of them. Okay. Bruce from Holland, thank you. Appreciate that. Alrighty, let's continue. I think we're all up to date. Someone commented that there's a no-fly zone. Well, it doesn't look like that.
It's why I automatically start looking and I set up the stream. The sooner we get people that are on the ground out there on our channels, the more people see it, share it out, and the more people start fluctuating into other streams.
Huh, okay.
Yeah, I have not heard much air traffic in the last few days. So this is hearing that right now. It is really weird hearing that right now.
Oh yeah,
I've been covering
definitely.
I've been covering other streams, other videos, feeds, and like talking over them when questions are asked. I have never heard that much air traffic than I've heard right now.
No, I've been here the whole time. There hasn't been any until today.
No trucks have left. No, you're only seeing the downtown core. You are not seeing the other side streets and other streets where it is all filled through. There's a lot more trucks, and there are 1,000 trucks supposedly coming to Ottawa.
Turbo Turd, you're getting trolls. Can I be a mod? I'm not exactly sure how to do that. I'm still pretty new to all of this. So if you could comment how exactly that works, that would be great. If it's too complicated to explain, I'll just search up how to do that when I get home. Okay, I think I just added you as a moderator right now. We'll just see how that goes.
Thank you everyone for being here. This is a restream of Red Prince was down on the ground. YouTube is burying algorithms today from what we're understanding. So we are getting eyes out as best we can. I am unable to make it to these areas as a Canadian. I have no transport. So I'm doing my best part to make sure other people can see the channels, and I will answer questions accordingly.
Cool. Yeah, awesome. I'll tell people. Chris, by the way.
Nice to meet you, Chris. I'm Dan.
Dan, okay, well, is this your first time here, or?
No, I've been with the convoy since last Monday.
Wow, that's a long time, man. So are you here every day? Because I'm here streaming every day, too.
Yeah,
so.
no, I'm parked with the convoy, so I'm here.
Oh, so are you a trucker, or?
No, just a supporter.
Just a supporter.
Yeah,
Perfect.
My family's involved in the truck. I just respect, as a Canadian and as a person, I just respect what these people are fighting for, right?
Great stuff, man. I couldn't resist being a part of this. I'm actually from Mississauga, so it's like
I
a
love it.
6-hour
I'm from
drive.
London, so.
Wow, even further for you.
That's so great to have you here, and you guys are crucial with the independent media. So.
Yeah, I saw some mainstream media coming in just earlier now, but
every big network's here.
They weren't for the first, let's say week and a half. So
yeah, they start popping up. But
exactly.
That's all right.
That's how it is,
It's all right.
But thanks for popping up, Dan. I appreciate it. Hopefully, I'll see you around.
Yeah, but you'll let everyone know about your
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. CH. Thanks, man. I appreciate that.
No, TWG, they are protesting the mandates of being forced to take something that they should have the right to make the choice of. And it is now being apparent that it's about mandates. They shouldn't be forced to take something they don't want to take. It should not cost them their job. It should not cost them their livelihoods. It should not affect them, their families, anyone they're taking care of. And all we've been seeing from the other area is them calling them insurrectionists, anarchists, terrorists, bad parents, misogynists, racists, phobes, transphobes, race, all that shit. And none of that has ever happened. When I mean the whole world is watching now, the whole world is watching not only see how peaceful protest is done, but it is also showing how effective a movement can be. It's showing that humanity is strong.
There's a Christian's truck with the upside down Canadian flag on it. From Israel. Thank you.
If anyone is driver mode on, because you get spam bots, porn bots, and trolls that try to crash your chat and crash your stream by just spamming the same sentence over and over again. That is the only reason why it is on.
Truck drivers love all good people. It's a sign on the pole there.
Also, as an update, that interview that Zot did, well, that driver, he responded to my message with laughter when I said, "You guys are awesome. Thank you for leading the protest from what Romania says." And it had cracked. So he did reply to a lot of the Facebook messages and friend requests during Zot's stream. If you can find that interview, it's honestly like your grandpa or your uncle. It's fantastic.
So how the heck did Beast 666 get back in the chat?
Need be, possibly. Right now, I got a good mod team right here. I've known these people anywhere for a few months to a year. But I appreciate that, Rick. Thank you.
Ha ha ha, back in the chat. Ha ha ha. Okay. Oh man. Okay, so I am totally unfamiliar with this. Am I the only one who is capable of banning people? I'm not sure about that. Oh, you have to block them personally?
I would also like to remind you, this stream is brought to you by GoFundMe, Kentucky Fried Chicken shit, and last but not least, Little Trudy from the to the Islands, now on Spotify, where Neil Young's music used to be. Thank you.
Okay. Let's just quickly take a seat here and figure this out.
And one other thing, if you like the We Are the Fringe logo, they're in there.
Handle is there. Oh. So somebody is commenting here to put the chat in slow mode. How do you guys do that? Can someone please comment how to do that?
I would just like to quickly say, I think Santa Claus is why mainstream media is here. He has finally shown up outside of his normal schedule. He has presence.
All right, whatever. Does anyone know where War Campaign is? I'll have to go meet him. Other side. So,
I'm sorry, did someone mention the Force? Did someone literally?
Yes. Yes. That's weird. Whoa. That's awesome.
Now, I've never seen those tables before, but did you notice everything put out there a lot more clean and professional? Look at that. Look at that. Look at all the barbecues. Look at that. I have not seen that before. Those were probably donated. So whatever's going on, they're going to have a barbecue today. It looks
It's a sight to behold.
That's walks.
Before I forget, Batman is now down in Ottawa protest, and Santa Claus. Epic battle shortly.
Oh Look at that. Cross the street, the stairs to Parliament beside the cops.
Also, shout out, thank you, that umbrella guy for popping by earlier. I do appreciate it.
Hello, welcome to the first day of the grand jury proceeding. We are here in a room that has been specially built for this purpose, to hear witnesses and experts with regard to what's happened in the corona crisis. And we are connected with an international group of lawyers. And to begin, I give the floor to attorney at law Eine Garner from the United States of America.
Thank you, Viviane. It is my honor and pleasure to participate in this international grand jury investigation, an enactment of a criminal grand jury against some of the perpetrators who, in a worldwide criminal collaboration, committed crimes against humanity on the entire world's population in the form of a planned pandemic called COVID-19. We, a group of international lawyers and a judge, are conducting criminal investigation modeled after the United States grand jury proceedings. This grand jury investigation serves as a model legal proceeding to present to a jury consisting of the citizens of the world all available evidence of COVID-19 crimes against humanity to date against leaders, organizers, instigators, and accomplices who aided, abetted, or actively participated in the formulation and execution of a common plan for a pandemic. Crimes to be investigated include all acts performed or omitted by a person in pursuance of a common design to commit crimes against humanity, and all such criminal acts condemned in the various communities of jurors around the world. This investigation is of the people, by the people, and for the people, and shall be referred to as the People's Court of Public Opinion. Having been unable to find a court to hear the actual evidence in the current system's courts of law, we are undertaking this proceeding outside of the current system and based on natural law. This, in turn, is founded on the firm belief that every person can easily distinguish between good and evil and between right and wrong. This proceeding may be one of the most important events outside of the courts that will be done this year. We, as a group of international attorneys, will present real evidence from real experts, such as scientists, historians, doctors, as well as victims. There are no actors in this presentation, only real people who desire to bring justice to the world, and we need your help. The reason for the enactment of a grand jury process is because our world is at a critical stage in humanity, which will depend on the awakening of all people to reverse a course which could forever alter the way we live as free humans. We must reverse the trajectory of this course now, and portraying a grand jury investigation is the fastest way we know to bring the evidence to the world's public court, you, the people. In the United States, only district attorneys or attorneys general of the various states are allowed to bring such criminal proceedings. But since no one has done so in the United States, we come forward to present the evidence to you in a form modeled after this type of judicial proceeding, which is common in the United States. We base this model on the American criminal grand jury. Typically, the grand jury determines whether the evidence is sufficient to return a criminal indictment against one or more accused. It's conducted behind closed doors, and neither the accused nor his attorney is present in this type of proceeding. However, we're doing this process in front of full view of the court of public opinion, you, the people. The purpose of this investigation is to reveal the evidence which could be used in this type of proceeding in your jurisdiction. We invite you to join us in open transparency using real evidence, real attorneys, a real judge, and real expert witnesses that could be presented in an actual criminal grand jury proceeding in the United States courts. The success story of this country was written by people who trusted in a constitutional governance for the people. Our forefathers shouldered epic challenges in our history on the foundation of our Constitution. It was this Constitution and its recognition of natural rights and freedoms that released free-spirited human beings from the yoke of the British Crown. Therefore, and recognizing the urgency, we will be asking you, the Court of Public Opinion, to review the presented evidence in order to reclaim our rights and freedoms granted to every person in this country and the world at the end of this proceeding.
Thank you, Mrs. Garner. I would like to turn to Judge Rui Fonseca y Castro, who presides this proceeding. Mr. Fonseca.
The legitimacy of the Court of Public Opinion based on the natural law. During the last 2 years, we have witnessed the dizzying collapse of the democratic rule of law. In the name of an idea of common good, which had never been enforced, the most fundamental rights and freedoms have been taken from us. We feel the approach of a gigantic wave of victims. Justice systems, once strongholds of fundamental rights and freedoms, no longer fulfill their duties. That is, there are no longer judges in Berlin. Shall we wait, doing nothing, until we are completely annihilated, or rather we assume our responsibilities as members of our communities? It is our rights, and above all, our duty to the people and to the future generations to resist oppression and tyranny. The natural law, immanent to the human being, regardless of its positivation, gives us the sacred right source of positivated freedom, confundamental rights and freedoms. Natural law, its original source. Natural law confers legitimacy to the people to defend fundamental rights and freedoms before a state that has become tyrannical. It's clear now the failure of national and international justice systems to protect people from the tyranny that has taken hold. Therefore, it's in the natural law, an unwritten law inherent to the human condition, that this court of the public opinion finds its legitimacy to initiate the legal proceedings that will begin today. The court is open. Thank you.
Thank you for this introduction, Judge Fonseca y Castro. I would like to give the floor now to Attorney at Law Diana Pollard-Sachs from the United States of America.
Hello, my name is Dina Pollard-Sachs, and for the past 22 years, I've been a law professor, constitutional scholar, and civil rights activist and litigator. I'm here today to discuss the derivation of our Liberty Clause, which goes back to natural law, and to explain why the COVID-19 vaccines are all unconstitutional based upon our history's jurisprudence. On the 4th of July, 1776, our founding fathers signed the Declaration of Independence. And here's what they said. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. In 1891, our Supreme Court, in a case called Botsford, explained that medical liberty is inalienable and one of the most cherished rights we can ever have. They said, no right is held more sacred or is more carefully guarded by the common law than the right of every individual to possession and control of his own person, free from all restraint or interference of others, unless by clear and unquestionable authority of law. The right to one's person may be said to be a right of complete immunity, to be let alone. In 1914, Justice Cardozo, who later became a United States Supreme Court justice, put it this way: every human being of adult years and sound mind has a right to determine what shall be done with his own body, and a surgeon who performs an operation without his patient's consent commits an assault for which he is liable in damages. These same exact concepts and verbatim statements by our court have been reiterated over the decades. In 1990, for example, in a case called Cruzan versus Director, Missouri Department of Health, the Supreme Court basically held that each individual has a right to reject medical treatment. That goes back to the English common law. And here's what Justice Brennan said in the Cruzan case. Anglo-American law starts with the premise of thoroughgoing self-determination. It follows that each man is considered to be the master of his own body, and he may, if he be of sound mind, expressly prohibit the performance of life-saving surgery or other medical treatment. How is it then that our governments are pushing a medical treatment on us without consent, not real consent? They are coercing our people to take a vaccine that's experimental in nature upon threat of their livelihoods, their homes, and their education. Well, our government's relying on a case called Jacobson versus Massachusetts. So I'm going to explain the case and explain why it actually supports our side. Medicine and medical treatments for our bodies. The case does not support the vaccine manufacturers and does not support mandates. In 1902, during a smallpox pandemic that killed hundreds of millions of people internationally, the state of Massachusetts passed a law. And the law said that each person must be vaccinated for smallpox or pay a $5 fine. That's exactly what the law said. It was an either or law, giving people the option to pay a $5 fine if they don't want to get vaccinated. Well, Mr. Jacobson believed that his liberty interest protected him both from the vaccination and from paying the $5 fine. So he went all the way to the US Supreme Court after paying the $5 fine, and he wanted his money back. And the Supreme Court looked at the medical evidence. The smallpox vaccine had been in use for 100 years. It was being used all over the world, a great deal of efficacy, and it was quelling one of the worst pandemics in the history of the world. After reviewing the medical evidence carefully, after making findings concerning the efficacy and safety of the vaccine and the need for the smallpox vaccine, the court decided that Mr. Jacobson did not get his $5 back. Now keep in mind also, Mr. Jacobson to run around town and be seen out all over town without being vaccinated. So he sort of flaunted the fact that he wasn't vaccinated because he believed he had the right to be out and about without the medical treatment he did not want. And so the court's opinion was based on all of these facts. It does not support COVID mandates today. In fact, one of the last things the court said in Jacobson versus Massachusetts, and I quote, "We now decide only that the statute covers the present case and that nothing clearly appears that would justify this court in holding it to be unconstitutional and inoperative in its application to the plaintiff, Mr. Jacobson. There are several reasons why Jacobson does not support the vaccine mandates of today concerning the coronavirus. First, there's an enormous difference concerning the public risks involved. The smallpox pandemic was killing up to 60% of people in villages when the smallpox came through. Anywhere from 20 to 60% of people were dying, with an overall death rate of about 30%. At some periods, over 90% of babies who were exposed to smallpox were dying. Now compare that to COVID-19 that kills a tiny fraction of 1% of people. The public risk is not even close. The second thing is the COVID-19 vaccines are not really vaccines at all. Unlike the vaccines throughout history, which stopped infection and stopped transmission, these vaccines do neither. These are experimental vaccines. They haven't been around for 100 years. They haven't been tried and tested, and our people are being subjected to an experimental vaccine when none of us really know what the long-term effects are going to be. And finally, the law in Jacobson versus Massachusetts gave an option for the people to pay $5. Today, that would be just under $100. Compare that to people losing their livelihoods, all that they've worked for, their homes and their college education, because they won't submit to an experimental vaccine. There is simply no comparison. Jacobson versus Massachusetts does not support the vaccine manufacturers or the vaccine mandates. So some of you may be wondering then, why have the COVID vaccine mandates been declared unconstitutional fully? Well, some of them have been, but there's one that withstood the court scrutiny on January 13th, 2022. So I want to explain that. First of all, the healthcare worker vaccine mandate arose from the taxing and spending clause of the U.S. Constitution found in Article 1, Section 8. Congress has historically been given great latitude to attach strings to federal monies. So you take the sour with the sweet. And if you want federal monies, you have to submit to the conditions by Congress. Throughout history, Congress has been allowed to put conditions on the receipt of Medicare and Medicare funding, and specifically has authorized conditions to limit the transmission of communicable diseases. Still, the opinion was 5-4, with only 5 justices agreeing that the vaccine mandate for healthcare workers passed the original test to see whether or not the court would stop the enforcement of the vaccine mandate. But the real question is, as Justice Thomas indicated, why wasn't the efficacy and safety of the vaccine considered? It was not considered. And Justice Thomas made that very clear in his dissent, joined by 3 other justices. Well, the reason that the vaccine's efficacy and safety was not considered is because the issue was not before the court. Of the 22 states who challenged the healthcare vaccine mandate, no state claimed that the mandate violated the Liberty Clause. The Liberty Clause is where we find our medical freedoms. Throughout history, the Liberty Clause is the clause used to protect us against unwanted medical procedures and even to allow us to end medical procedures that we want. So you will see behind me a picture of the United States Supreme Court House. I have faith that when our justices are presented with the medical facts concerning the efficacy of the vaccine, the need for the vaccine, and the way our governments are bullying and coercing people to take the vaccine against their desire, the court will uphold our liberty rights, and they will declare all of the vaccines unconstitutional. Later today, and in the days that follow, you'll be hearing from a number of medical professionals describing why this vaccine is nothing like the vaccines of the past. So I encourage you to stay tuned in, and thank you for watching.
Thank you, Mrs. Pollack, for this opening statement of yours. I would now like to give the floor to Dr. Rainer Füllmich, attorney at law in Germany, for an overview.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Rainer Füllmich, and it is my pleasure to serve as one member of a group of distinguished international attorneys and lawyers who have been collaborating on this very important case for many months now. This case involving the most heinous crimes against humanity committed under the guise of a corona pandemic on a global scale looks complicated only at first glance. But when you put together all those pieces, all those little pieces of the puzzle, and do this for you with the help of many renowned experts and other witnesses during this proceeding, you will see 4 sets of facts. 1, there is no corona pandemic, but only a PCR test plandemic, fueled by an elaborate psychological operation designed to create a constant state of panic among the world's population. This agenda has been long planned. It's ultimately unsuccessful. Precursor was the swine flu some 12 years ago, and it was cooked up by a group of super rich, psychopathic, and sociopathic people who hate and fear people at the same time, have no empathy, and are driven by the desire to gain full control over all of us, the people of the world. They are using our governments and the mainstream media, both of which they literally own, to convey their panic propaganda 24/7. 2, the virus itself can be treated safely and effectively with vitamin C, D, zinc, etc., and also with off-label use of ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, etc. But all these, not alternative methods of treatment, but real methods of treatment, were banned by those who are using the guise of this pandemic to push their ultimate goal, which is to get everyone to receive the, as we will show in this proceeding, not only ineffective, but highly dangerous, lethal experimental injections. 3, the same people who made the swine flu, which ultimately turned out to be a mild flu, into a pandemic 12 years ago by first changing the definition of what a pandemic is, and then creating panic, created this corona pandemic. The swine flu was their first real attempt at creating a pandemic. And just as one of its purposes then was to divert our attention from the blatantly fraudulent activities of their financial industry, more aptly to be called a financial mafia, which had become visible through the Lehman crisis, this is also one of their major purposes, this corona pandemic now. Had we taken a closer look then, during the Lehman crisis, instead of blindly believing our government's promises that the perpetrators of those financial crimes will be held liable, we would have seen then that they had been looting and plundering our public coffers for decades. And we would have seen that our governments are not our governments anymore. Rather, they have been taken over by the other side through their main platform, the World Economic Forum, which had started to create their own global leaders through their Young Global Leaders program as early as 1992. 2 of the first graduates being Angela Merkel and Bill Gates. And we would have understood already then what we will show you now through this proceeding. These financial crimes went unchallenged by our politicians because they're aiding and abetting those who commit them and profit from these crimes. 4, ultimately, however, we will show to you, the jury, that the other side's main purpose is to gain full and complete control over all of us. This involves the finalization of their looting and plundering by deliberately destroying our small and medium-sized businesses, retail businesses, hotel and restaurants, so that platforms such as Amazon can take over. And this involves population control, which in their view requires both a massive reduction of the population and manipulating the DNA of the remaining population with the help, for example, of mRNA experimental injections. But it also requires, in their view, the deliberate destruction of democracy, of the rule of law, and of our constitutions through chaos, so that ultimately we will agree to losing our national identities and instead will accept a one world government under the UN, which is now under the full control of them and their World Economic Forum, a digital passport through which each and every move is monitored and controlled, and one digital currency, which we will only be able to receive from one World Bank, theirs, of course. At the conclusion of the case, and after you have heard all the evidence, we are confident that you will recommend indictments against all 6 putative figurehead defendants: Christian Drosten of Germany, Anthony Fauci of the United States, Tedros of the World Health Organization, Bill Gates, BlackRock, and Pfizer. Ladies and gentlemen, this case is about a long-planned agenda of a group of ultra-rich people and their financial mafia based in the city of London and on Wall Street to use a pseudo-pandemic as a guise behind which, while our attention is on the pandemic, they want to complete their decades-long efforts to gain full and complete control over all of us. There are numerous platforms on which this group has been meeting and discussing this agenda, but the most important one is that of the World Economic Forum, which was invented in 1971 by a then 33-year-old Klaus Schwab. Its members are 1,000 global corporations with at least $5 billion in annual sales, politicians, media representatives, scientists, and other so-called high-profile personality. They meet once a year in Davos, but there are other such meetings, for example, in China. And since 1992, they have created and to us their own group of political leaders for the world. Among the first graduates, as I mentioned before, are Angela Merkel and Bill Gates in 1992. Others are Sebastian Kurz, up until recently Chancellor of Austria, Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada, Jacinda Ardern, Prime Minister of New Zealand, François Macron, President of France, and many, many more. This group, which is now called the Davos Clique, is openly, the publication The Great Reset by Klaus Schwab is one of the most important sources for this information, promoting the shifting of the world's assets to this group of super rich people so that in 2030, ordinary people will owe nothing and be happy, as it explicitly states there, under their one world government with a digital currency given to us by their one world bank. And they're also openly promoting, in close cooperation with people like the putative defendant Bill Gates, the Rockefellers, and others, the drastic reduction of the world's population and the manipulation of the remaining population's DNA all the way into transhumanism. Their most important goal is, however, the controlled explosion of the completely looted financial system and simultaneous introduction of a digital currency issued by one world bank controlled by them, and just as important, the introduction of a world government under the UN, which has come under their full control in 2019. For this purpose, they have made concrete plans for this corona pandemic since at least the spring of 2001, Operation Dark Winter, followed by another such rehearsal, a lockstep exercise by the Rockefeller Foundation in 2010, and finally, Event 201 in October of 2019 in New York, sponsored by the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security, the Rockefeller Foundation, the World Economic Forum, and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Members of the jury, we will call it different, highly renowned expert witnesses from all walks of science, but also witnesses who will testify to the damage that they suffered as a result of getting the experimental injection in this trial. After our opening statements, we will start off in a week from now by calling former a member of the US military, James Bush, who participated in Operation Dark Winter in 2001, former members of the British intelligence services, Brian Garish and Alex Thompson, and investigative journalists Whitney Webb and Matthew Arrett, former World Health Organization employees and advisors, Dr. Sylvia Barron and Dr. Astrid Stuckelberger. They will explain to us the historical and geopolitical background of what we are confronted with. And they will show to us how this agenda has been planned for at least 20 years, starting with Operation Dark Winter in 2001, and some 10 years later, the lockstep scenario by the Rockefeller Foundation, ending with the dress rehearsal, Event 201 in October of 2019. And they will explain how, when there were no cases which they needed to declare a public health emergency of international concern, they created them by having defendant Drosten invent the story of asymptomatic infections, which don't exist, and how this PCR test can detect through mass screening of perfectly healthy people those who are infected. A lie, as we will show. We will continue with the next group of witnesses. Dr. Wolfgang Wodarg, an experienced lung specialist and former member of the German Bundestag and the Council of Europe, who managed to expose the other side's first attempt at a pandemic, the swine flu of 12 years ago, as a mild flu. Professor Ulrike Kämmerer, biologist from Würzburg University, Dr. Mike Jeden, former vice president of Pfizer, Dr. Sylvia Behrendt, Dr. Astrid Stokelberger, Professor Dolores Cahill of Dublin University, Professor Antonietta Gatti from Italy, Professor Bergholz from Germany. These experts will explain to us what is behind the legend of the Wuhan wet market outbreak. They will show that the virus is no more dangerous than the common flu. The PCR test cannot tell us anything about infections, but is the only basis for all anti-corona measures, including the ultimate measure, the so-called vaccines. And the so-called vaccines are not only ineffective, but extremely dangerous. Regardless of the natural or man-made origin of the virus, our immune system is perfectly well capable of dealing with the virus, as evidenced by an infection fatality rate of between 0.14 and 0.15 or even less percent. There was no excess mortality anywhere until the experimental injections started. There were not even any cases in early 2020. However, they needed cases in order to declare a public health emergency of international concern, as this was the only basis on which it would be possible, according to their own made-up rules, which all governments of the member states of the World Health Organization had agreed to use untested new drugs, the experimental injections, on people. After a first failed attempt at announcing this public health emergency of international concern, because there were no cases, they tried again in late January of 2020, after they had created cases with the help of that now infamous Drosten PCR test, and announced this public health emergency of international concern 2 weeks later. We will hear from these experts that these cases were all false positive test results, nothing else. The next group of experts are Dr. Thomas Binder from Switzerland, Dr. Brian Ardis from Texas, Dr. Shankara Chetty from South Africa, and Dr. Wolfgang Wodarg from Germany, and Dr. Looney, undertaker from England. These experts will tell us how right from the start we were witnessing a deliberate, completely senseless banning of normal, effective and safe methods of treatment of respiratory diseases, and instead a mandate of treatments that must now be considered serious medical malpractice. Intubation, remdesivir, midazolam. John O'Looney will explain how he first, believing the other side's allegations about a pandemic, even helped the BBC in pushing their panic propaganda, until he realized how under the guise of the pandemic, people were intentionally being killed. We will then call the next group of experts, including Professor Alexandra Orion-Cote from France, Dr. Mike Jeden, Professor Susharit Bhakti from Germany, Professor Luc Montagnier from France, Dr. Vanessa Schmidt-Krüger from Germany, Dr. Robert Malone, inventor of the mRNA vaccine technique from the US, and Professor Arne Burkhardt, pathologist from Germany. They will show us that while the virus did not cause any excess mortality, it has a survival rate of 99.97%. The shots are now killing and causing excess mortality of up to 40% since September as a result of a poisoning with the spike protein and of shutting off our immune system. Dr. Mike Jeden will tell us how a group of scientists has even found concrete evidence that the makers of vaccines are experimenting with lethal dosages to see how the lethal side effects can be manipulated in such a way that the population will not immediately understand what is happening. The next group of experts will explain to us how it could have come to this. This group includes Professor Matthias Desmet from Belgium, Dr. Ariane Bileran from France, Dr. Mary from the US, Professor Harald Wallach from Germany, and Stefan Kohn, employee of the German Department of the Interior. These experts will walk us through how the other side, after having established the public health emergency of international concern, in quick succession introduced us to the lockdown, the nonsensical and dangerous mask mandates, and the very harmful, both physically and psychologically, social distancing, until they arrived at their ultimate goal, the ineffective and dangerous, even lethal injections. And they will explain to us in detail how our acquiescence to all this was made possible through a gigantic psychological operation whose panic message we kept receiving through the mainstream medias and our politicians, both owned by the other side, relentless propaganda. The next group of experts includes Leslie Mnuchin, former investment banker from the US, Naomi Wolf, journalist and author from the US, Ernst Wolf, a German economist, Professor Christian Kreis, German economist, Professor Holger Recko, a German economist, and Markus Kroll, a German economist. This part of the proceeding will have these experts explain to us in great detail about the intentional destruction of our economies and how the other side is working on a controlled crash of the financial system to both get away with the crimes that they have already committed over the past decades, looting and plundering our public coffers until there's nothing left, and to introduce a one world bank and digital currency plus digital passport. The final group of experts include Matthew Ehret, an investigative journalist from Canada, Vera Sharaf, a Holocaust survivor, Ilana Rachel Daniel from Israel, Rabbi Smith from New York, Patrick Wood, an expert on technocracy from the US, Avitai Livni from Israel. This final part of the investigation will have these experts tell us how an important part of the other side's agenda has to do with population control, or rather, eugenics. After World War II, eugenics had a bad name, Julian Huxley, who founded the UNESCO, said. But he and the very large group of people who supported the idea of eugenics would soon be able to continue with their efforts in this direction, he openly explained. The parallels between what happened then, 80 years ago, and what is happening now shall not be ignored. Vera Sharaf will remind us of this. After you have heard all the evidence, we have no doubt that you will recommend indictments against all our putative defendants for crimes against humanity. Thank you.
Thank you for this overview, and also an outline of the experts, the lineup of experts that we're going to hear. I would like to turn now back to Attorney at Law Aina Garner from the US to give us some more information about the PCR test.
I think you forgot Dexter.
Dexter is he's a little late. He's coming in a little later. Mrs. Garner.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. To understand the enormity of this criminal collaboration on a global scale, we must start with the basis of the pandemic. This was a big lie. It was a lie for the governments of the world to declare, almost in unison, a global pandemic, a word like so many others involved in this official narrative that had its definition changed to meet the goals of the agenda. Specifically, what I wanted to talk about is the big lie that was based on the PCR test, the testing. This was not a pandemic, but a case-demic. The information we've been given by the CDC and the FDA on the PCR test is demonstrably false, and we will have evidence proving this. The method is not, in fact, a test at all, not a diagnostic test. The genetic manufacturing technology that looks for specific snippets of code and amplifies them by doubling on every cycle. Its inventor, Kary Mullis, who won a Nobel Prize for the process that he invented, declared that this was never intended to be a diagnostic tool. And it's known by all who use it that it cannot detect active infection. Drosten, one of the accused, knew this. He knew that the test was meaningless and that the test was false. However, this test has been used to create worldwide panic and compliance. The CDC has even admitted that their own recently withdrawn test was based on contrived samples. The WHO recommended grossly excessive cycle thresholds, which is the number of amplifications that a small amount of genetic material underwent to determine if there was anything present, are far beyond industry standards, and they render any test meaningless with false positive results at rates approaching 100%. It's been studied that the false positive rates of this PCR test are actually closer to 97%. This means that 3% of the population who test positive may be sick with something, but we don't know what they're sick with because the test doesn't determine that. This whole test has been globally misused to fraudulently justify the existence of a pandemic and to determine falsely inflated case numbers as well as death numbers. We will demonstrate with clear and convincing evidence that the defendants participated in this global lie and called a widely geographically dispersed disease with survival rates equivalent to a seasonal influenza a pandemic that would allow false global declarations of public health emergency. And from this emergency that is now almost 2 years in the making, governments mandated draconian restrictions and separation and isolation of vulnerable populations like the elderly and the children, as well as instituting vaccine mandates throughout the world. What we know will happen next is vaccine passports, which will lock down our planet even further, as well as quarantine camps everywhere. Our trust has been betrayed by the corruption in the system, and we will provide you with verifiable sets of facts that we have all been grievously misled to believe a big lie. And in the end goals being, in the words of one of the accused, Bill Gates, to vaccinate every man, woman, and child on the planet with experimental gene-altering shots. These PCR tests have been used to drive the case numbers and deaths. Let's look at the definition of a case. Historically, a case was someone who was sick. A positive test in the absence of any symptoms. With worldwide testing of healthy people, they have grossly inflated the number of cases. And this is broadcast in our faces all the time by mainstream media, by Department of Highway signs in the United States and maybe in other countries, and has been used to incite panic and compliance amongst the whole world. The significant drawbacks are why PCR testing should only be done on symptomatic patients and why a positive test should be weighed as only one factor in diagnosis, and not diagnose anyone in the absence of clinical symptoms, in the absence of medical diagnosis. So what we have is testing healthy people in large numbers, which predictably result in falsely inflated numbers and the panic. The CDC and the FDA have recognized this potential, as did the perpetrators of these crimes that we will be presenting. The evidence will show that Drosten, who claims to have invented the test for COVID-19, was aware of its limitations and its falsity. The test was not specific for any virus or bacteria. Therefore, it's meaningless in determining what might even be causing any symptoms. What the test is good for is causing worldwide panic. Even deaths, another falsely inflated number, needs to be investigated in light of these false PCR tests. A death with a positive PCR test is considered a death from COVID, whether you were admitted to the hospital due to a car crash, a heart attack, or even delivering a child. If you tested positive within 28 days or so from your test, your death was attributed to COVID-19. Even our CDC admitted later into the pandemic that 95% of the deaths attributed to COVID were from other causes. It was simply based on a false test. The manufacturers knew all this, as well as the, quote, inventor of the COVID-19 test, Drosten. We have now part of a fear message that has caused institutionalized discrimination against people who are not choosing to be vaccinated, not choosing to be tested. This is morally reprehensible by any humane standard. As a result of these false tests, we have huge catastrophic harm which has been done to the populace of the world. There are scientists and doctors who will testify about the enormous catastrophic harm that has been done from this. The legal evidence of intent and knowledge is in the various FDA documents and related materials, but they're designed to obfuscate and confuse even lawyers who read and pore through these documents. As you may begin to see here, the pillars of the official and media COVID narrative, which are one and the same, fall like dominoes when the evidence is shown. There is irrefutable evidence of fraud and multifarious malfeasance throughout the COVID regime if you have the courage and intellectual honesty to look and study it and consider it fairly. Please do. It may be shocking to some, unbelievable to others, but I assure you, this evidence is real and disturbing. One of the things that is a byproduct of it is the system has to pretend that the only answer to these inflated numbers of cases and deaths are vaccines. And they have done this in order to get them emergency use authorized and on childhood schedules. And this is what is coming next. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mrs. Garner, for these additional words. I would, I would like to now turn to Deepali Ojha from India. Can you hear us?
Yes, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Advocate Deepali Ojha from India. It's a matter of great honor for me to present my opening statement to Grand Jury of People's Court of Public Opinion. I thank Judge Rui da Fonseca and all my learned colleagues for their thoughtful and insightful presentations. In the March of 2020, most of us were caught unawares. Governments worldwide endorsed the onset of a pandemic supposedly created by a novel SARS-CoV-2 virus that possibly originated from Wuhan, China. Upon declaration of pandemic, there were a series of announcements which were truly heard of by most of us, like closing of international borders, complete halt of international flight services, compulsory use of face masks, observance of social distancing, and the deadlier measures like lockdowns. In India, the railway services came to a grinding halt for the first time in their history of 167 years. Each country swiftly endorsed similar measures supposedly to prevent and control the spread of infection. In that prevailing state of chaos, panic, shock, uncertainty, and fear, most of us relied on mainstream media as a source of authenticity around this virus and the resultant havoc it wreaked upon us humans. One of the prominent aspects of communication constantly received from global governments and health authorities was that there is no known cure for the virus. In several countries, patients who were sick were refused admission in hospitals and were sent back home, stating that there is no cure for this disease. During this phase, there were physicians and frontline doctors who treated patients with repurposed drugs, which is certainly not a new phenomenon with the allopathic stream of medicine. And some physicians devised their own protocols for treatment from their vast and rich clinical experience. While the physicians performed their solemn duties of saving their patients' lives in the best possible manner using repurposed drugs with proven safety profiles, in combination with supplements like zinc, vitamin C, vitamin D, etc., we witnessed a vehement opposition from the very same health authorities that were at the response to the pandemic. The unrest caused to these people at the helm was very conspicuous through their acts of dismissal of any information that revealed how the early treatments were effective and that there existed alternative therapies to treat COVID-19 patients. Now, any person of ordinary intelligence would have found this to be unreasonable in the sense that saving lives would obviously be the first and the foremost objective, and especially when the physicians, based on their clinical expertise, claimed that they were able to cure patients through early treatment drugs. I will digress here for a moment to share with you something from the perspective of my country, India. In India, we have rich tradition of alternative systems of medicines like Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, and other systems of healing like naturopathy and homeopathy. In fact, there is a dedicated ministry under Government of India by name Ayush, which is an acronym for Ayurveda, Yoga and Naturopathy, Unani, Siddha, and Homeopathy. The recognized doctors who are trained to practice alternative systems of medicines have successfully treated COVID-19 patients. However, after the rollout of these experimental vaccines, we should not be calling these vaccines, in fact, these are injections, which would be an appropriate description. Now, after rollout of these experimental injections, the blocking of any discussion around alternative treatments seemed to have become more pronounced. That included dismissal of doctors who advocated for early treatment, the ones who proclaimed that early treatments were indeed safe and effective. Some doctors have even faced disciplinary actions from their medical boards. Some were publicly ridiculed and faced the threat of cancellation or suspension of medical licenses. Such an acerbic response from the health authorities, governments, and medical boards was itself a red flag that something somewhere was wrong and amiss. It is worthwhile to note that most of the persons who were dictating the country's COVID-19 responses were not even treating the COVID-19 patients, but they did not pay any heed to the honest and diligent physicians who were actually treating patients on the ground with early treatments. As my learned colleague has already pointed out, the reason for the blocking of any information around early treatments, effectiveness of early treatments, was the emergency use authorization, which is granted only when there is no drug that is adequate, number one, approved and available for treatment. The claim that there is no cure for COVID-19 made it possible for the vaccine manufacturers to apply for EUA. Besides, there is immunity that the pharma companies enjoy while EUA is granted to them. I wish to inform here at this juncture that in India, there are no specific provisions like the ones laid down by US FDA around the grant of emergency use authorization. And therefore, till recently, alternative treatments or early treatment drugs were part of India's national COVID management protocol. Ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine were included in a national protocol until late September 2021. In fact, states like Uttar Pradesh and Goa in India rose evidence for the successful demonstration of use of ivermectin in controlling the spread of COVID-19 and in curing the patients speedily. However, these success stories have been deliberately by all those compromised persons and media platforms which have invested heavily in vaccine businesses or who have vested interest in some form or the other in not letting the success of these early treatment drugs into all people. Conspicuous absence of any scientific debate around the effectiveness of early treatments, combined with the muzzling of voices that try to spread the word around effectiveness of early treatment drugs, is a clear sign that the governments and health authorities worldwide are pushing vaccine as the only solution and as only cure for COVID-19. Now, another aspect which is specific to India is that there is no immunity to vaccine manufacturers in India. And this has been confirmed on affidavit filed by Government of India in our apex court in Supreme Court of India. Recently, we have assisted in filing a petition in Bombay High Court by a father who lost his daughter to the first dose of these experimental vaccines. He has claimed a compensation of around $1.3 billion for loss of his daughter. And this is the second case that we have assisted in filing. The first case has been filed in late November 2021. It is filed by a mother who lost her young son to the dose of these experimental vaccines. In this case, the deceased son was compelled to take the experimental vaccine in order to access the public transport system, which allowed only vaccinated people to travel as per the administrative order passed by the government official. In addition to monetary compensation for loss of her son's life, these experimental injections, This mother has also sought for an investigation, a clear investigation agency of India into the role of all persons in the chain of events, right from the manufacturers of these vaccines, COVID-19 response here in India, and all those who claimed that vaccines, these corona vaccines, 100% safe and effective. We are expecting several cases to be filed across the country in near future by victims of these medical experimentation. Now, calling these products as vaccines would be inappropriate, as vaccines are expected to provide immunity against a disease. While we were promised that corona protects us from supposedly deadly virus, we are witnessing today the fact that these corona vaccines are neither preventing contracting of the disease nor are stopping the transmission. Besides, these vaccines have serious side effects, including deaths. So there is no way one can justify the experimental medical products that neither stop infection nor transmission. Also, the vaccinated persons are required to follow the COVID appropriate behavior. If there is a lockdown, they also have to sit indoors, and they also have to wear masks, and they also have to follow social distancing. Now, there is another alarming aspect of the manner in which these experimental injections are being administered on the global population that I wish to bring to your attention, and that is about informed consent. As to how the settled and established laws around informed consent have been openly violated. In the lawsuits that we have filed here in India, in addition to the judicial precedents of India, our courts, high courts and Supreme Court, we have also cited how the provisions of Universal Declaration on Basic and Human Rights 2005 that mandate for giving detailed information to public for informed consent to such medical experimentation. All of these provisions have been breached. For example, Article 3 of Universal Declaration on Bioethics and Human Rights states that human dignity, human rights, and fundamental freedoms are to be fully respected, and the interests and welfare of the individual should have priority over the sole interest of science and society. Also, Article 6 of the same declaration states to be carried out with the prior, free, and informed consent of the person concerned based on adequate information. The consent should, where appropriate, be expressed and may be withdrawn by the person concerned at any time and for any reason without disadvantage. Also, another landmark judgment which we have cited in our proceedings, which is the judgment passed by UK Supreme Court in the case of Montgomery versus Lanarkshire of 2015. Now, as we discuss the crucial points around absence of informed consent and violation of several international codes and agreements in this process of hasty rollout of these experimental vaccines, the other side, Mr. Global, is usually seen harping on a very flimsy ground to justify these medical experimental products, which is benefits outweigh the risks. Our expert witnesses shall be presenting the evidences that show the extent of harm these experimental products have inflicted upon the population, the serious adverse effects of these jabs, including deaths, the lack of transparency around the clinical trials data, the underreporting of deaths caused due to these jabs, which, and all these evidences which our experts would be presenting to the grand jury in upcoming hearings will thoroughly demolish this rationale commonly resorted to push these experimental jabs that benefit of experimental injections outweigh the risks. Now, as I conclude, I wish to draw the attention of jury to the following. The rationale for authorities declaring that there is no cure for COVID-19 is not clear till date, since there has been no scientific debate or discussion between people in charge of COVID-19 in countries and those physicians, scientists, and doctors who claim to have proven and documented success stories around the effective early treatments. Secondly, there has been no initiative to conduct clinical trials on effectiveness of early treatment drugs on the part of those responsible for designing countries' official COVID response. there has been data regarding the natural immunity or the immunity developed after natural infection, in spite of several studies being published to this effect. There is a deliberate sense of anyone and everyone who chooses to talk about how there exist alternative treatments and that these are safer than the experimental injections. Lastly, the fact that repurposed drugs with extensive data on safety profile are ignored, and experimental medical injection hurriedly rolled out is touted as safe and effective. We know that there is no transparency around the data on clinical trials conducted. Given the number of adverse events being reported globally daily, experimental products are anything but safe. Our expert witnesses shall cover each of these aspects in detail in upcoming hearings, and I am very confident that after going through that is placed on record, the grand jury shall be fully equipped for assessing the role and complexity of each person, each entity, each organization involved in commission of these horrific crimes against humanity. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much. Now I hear that that Dexter Reinefeld from South Africa is with us. Attorney Reinefeld, can you hear us?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Fantastic. So the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. My sincere apology. I'm Dexter Reinefeld, a lawyer practicing advocate from South Africa. It is with great honor and appreciation that I present to you, members of this jury, a statement of the Court of opening statement. First and foremost, I want to acknowledge Lemuel Beloy, Yvonne Katsanda, Deborah Monieki, and Walter Mashilo, as well as all the brave COVID-19 vaccine injured witnesses worldwide for their kind assistance and participation. I'm going to start off with what Thomas Paine 200 years said, and he's actually stated very eloquently, the greatest calamities are always perpetrated in the name of the noblest causes. This statement is ever more relevant today as it was 200 years ago, and will continue to be relevant for years and centuries to come. The question posed to you, honorable members of the jury, what is the noblest cause that has been and still are being exploited since the inception of this SARS-CoV-2 COVID-19 pandemic? This is none other than the all-encompassing cause. Healthy body, healthy mind comes down to human health. We can all agree that the noblest cause is what is in the best interest of human health and how this impacts our family and friends, as well as our ability to generate an income. The evidence presented will showcase exactly how the defendants orchestrated and manipulated this noblest cause, human health, to advance their agenda of control and dominance on an unsuspected populace, and how they serious inroads into the populace constitutional and inalienable rights and freedom. From the onset of this pandemic, members of the juries, the defendants deployed and invested considerable efforts and money in the public relations, actually, a matter of fact, their public relations campaigns with the assistance of the mainstream corporate media. They capitalized this human health concerns for their financial benefits and aspirations of total dominance and control. To their benefit, they use the catchphrase, follow the science. This is a catchphrase that all of us are just so familiar with. For whenever they talk, they will always substantiate, let's follow the science. This is what the science says, to justify and legitimize their public health policies for the so-called common good worldwide in lockstep. In addressing the human health concerns in respect to COVID-19, the following pertinent questions must be posed, ladies and gentlemen. The first question, what is the true nature of the SARS-CoV-2 virus? Is it really novel? And if so, to what extent can we say it is novel? The short answer to that is no, it's not novel. Here, the evidence from the medical and scientific experts will show beyond any shadow of doubt that we are not dealing with a novel virus. In a matter of fact, ladies and gentlemen of this jury, the SARS-CoV-2 virus can in many ways be regarded as a seasonal flu, where its function is very much comparable to the SARS-CoV-1 virus. The second question that we need to pose, are there any suitable and viable medical treatments to combat the COVID-19 illness? Without going into too many detail, my learned friend, Advocate Dipali, has clearly indicated that yes, indeed, there is alternative treatments, and not just that there is alternative treatments, but there is successful alternative treatments. And this is the evidence that will most definitely be presented to each and every one of you. The third and final question that we need to pose in relation to this health concern is, what is the survival rate of the COVID-19 illness? Evidence once more will show that the survival rate forecast at the onset of the pandemic is nothing more than a computerized statistical forecast used to instill fear. And I believe we are all very much familiar with that fear that has been instilled in each and every one of us. But in reality, the survival rate is 99%. Some of the experts will also give evidence that when it comes to the survival rate, it can even go as high as 99.97. The current realistic mortality rate is not even close to the computerized statistical forecast projected. In a matter of fact, the seasonal flu is a higher mortality rate than COVID-19. Just this statement alone, ladies and gentlemen, must bring us now to a state where we need to reflect and say, was it worth it? Was all the lockdowns, social distancing, was it really worth it? The three questions that I just posed, members of the jury, bring us to the US, the United States National Library of Medicine. This was a workshop that was conducted, and to take a quote out of this workshop, and you can search for it on the World Wide Web, and it is a rapid medical countermeasures response to infectious disease, enabling sustainable capabilities through ongoing public and private sector partnership, in which Dr. Peter Daszak wrote to Dr. Anthony Fauci, open quote, that until an infectious disease crisis is very real, present, and at an emergency threshold, it is often largely ignored. We need to increase this public understanding of the need for medical countermeasures, such as pan-coronavirus vaccine. A key driver is the media, and the economics will follow the hype. We need to use that hype to our advantage. To get to the real issues, investors will respond when they see profit at the end of the process, close quote. This quote in itself, ladies and gentlemen, is incriminating. It is unambiguous. It sets out the plan behind the pandemic. And by a click of a button, honorable members of the jury, you can search for yourself on the World Wide Web who the financial beneficiaries are of this pandemic. Without a doubt, it is the investors, it is the shareholders of the vaccine companies, to the dismay of the populace, the average man, the average woman. But the ultimate intent to obliterate small and medium-sized businesses, The only businesses who are currently thriving financially are the pharmaceutical companies and the big tech conglomerates. We also see the direct impact it had on moms and pops shops and medium-sized companies as well. What the statement will clearly indicate why citizens participated in the global vaccine medical experiments. At the core of the vaccine participants' beliefs, you will hear it from the vaccine injured victims. At the core of their belief system as to why they partook in this medical experiment is that they thought it would be in their best health interest and ultimately financial interest. So with this said, we see there is a direct connection. I have to do it because of my health. And if I don't do it, I'm going to lose out financially. I will not be able to earn an income. That's why I pose to you, why the financial interest? If they do not participate in the experimental vaccines, they stand their financial income capacity. This is nothing short of coercion, to say the least. This is what we call, ladies and gentlemen, the carrot and stick approach. The evidence presented will illustrate due ethical medical experiments and protocols that must always be adhered to when conducting medical experiments in mouths. Medical experiments must adhere to the highest standards of medical ethics as set out in the Declaration of Helsinki, the Nuremberg Code, as well as each respective country's codified legislative prescriptions. The evidence will show that without any doubt, the Declaration of Helsinki, the Nuremberg Code, and the Code of Conduct for medical experiments in each and every country were violated. In a matter of fact, it's still being violated with this mandatory vaccine mandate. It's being pushed throughout the world. And this has all been done. The catchphrase, follow the science. The evidence will show that when it comes to SARS-CoV-2, when it comes to COVID-19, it can be compared as a common flu. Honorable members of the jury, the mRNA inventor, Dr. Robert Malone, stated on multiple alternative media platforms as to why COVID-19 mRNA experimental vaccines are dangerous and fraught with grave possible long-term sequelae. About myocarditis, pericarditis, and the evidence will clearly indicate that. A broad overview will also be given of the medical and scientific laboratory tests that has been conducted in the past on the mRNA medical technology to date as well, and why it is not prudent to deploy the mRNA vaccines on a global scale or in populace. The evidence will be corroborated by pharmacologists, toxicologists, immunologists, virologists, physiologists, and biochemists, inter alia. Here is a prelude of the evidence that will be presented by either Professor Bhakdi, Professor Palmer, and or Dr. Wodak, and I quote, open quote, overall, it is apparent that the novel method of introducing genetic material into human cells via adenoviruses or adeno-associated viruses is fraught with dangerous side effects, the causes of which are not yet entirely clear. While such risk might be acceptable in otherwise incurable conditions such as spinal muscular atrophy, it is absolutely irresponsible to impose them on healthy people who have little or no risk to ever experience a severe course of COVID-19. Members of the jury, to fully comprehend the full extent of the plan behind this pandemic, we must focus to what extent the defendants enacted the lockdown approach or follow the signs. We do not have to go too far to comprehend the playbook. We can simply look at how they changed, adapted epidemiological, medical, and scientific definitions to suit and justify their mantra of follow the science. With closer introspection, we must investigate how they changed, adapted medical and scientific definitions. And the definitions we're talking about is pandemic, endemic, vaccines, herd immunity, and natural immunity. Medical and scientific evidence will show how these definitions were altered, adapted to fit the defendant's premeditated, intentional criminal offense, crimes against humanity. The adaptations of a paramount epidemiological, medical, and scientific definitions are criminal, i.e., they follow the science narrative. It's not the same with well-established epidemiological standards and practices. The evidence will clearly illustrate the discrepancies between the follow the science narrative and the actual well-established objective medical and scientific information and data. Honorable members of the jury, I hereby draw your attention to a quote by Booker T. Washington. Open quote. A lie does not become truth. Wrong does not become right. And evil doesn't become good just because it's accepted by a majority. Even if the majority, for argument's sake, and I just quickly want to go back, by a majority, that's the close quote. Even if the majority, for argument's sake, accepts the distorted medical and scientific definitions, it cannot be seen as correct or truthful. A mere change of medical and scientific definitions at the whim without clear, unambiguous medical and scientific substantiations cannot justify any changes at the time. It cannot thus be seen as truth. It does not matter how many times the defendants and or any collaborators repeat a lie. In the case we are making reference to, it cannot become truth. Of the questions uppermost in the minds of the populace, honorable members of the jury, is how is it that the defendants were able to make so many advancements in the rollout of the and the vaccines? Why did a considerable number of the populace fall for the defendants' pandemic narrative to the extent where they presented themselves to be vaccinated with an experimental mRNA COVID-19 vaccine? We have to look at the following concept, astroturfing. And I'm going to read the definition of astroturfing from the Merriam-Webster definition, and it reads as follows. Organized activity that is intended to create a false impression of a widespread, spontaneously arising grassroots movement in support of or in opposition to something, such as a political policy. But that is, in reality, initiated and controlled by a concealed group or organizations, such as corporations. Evidence will be left to show how the defendants and their co-conspirators drummed up grassroots support and how they deployed mainstream corporate media to push their agenda of premeditated global mass murder by convincing a portion of the populace to willingly accept the experimental COVID-19 gene therapy vaccines. It will be shown that through a psychological state of large-scale mass formation, the populace mental equity was intoxicated. And as a direct consequence, the populace trusted the mainstream narrative, even though it was utterly absurd and obviously wrong. I leave you with the following quote from Aristotle. It encapsulated the true essence of our current state of affairs globally. before I go into it, this court of public opinion asks you to duly consider all the evidence that will be presented in its totality, and to find it in you to see the truth for what is for what it is. This is a pandemic and not a pandemic. When you look at the two words pandemic, there is one a letter that is different, and that is the L. So what we say, we will be presenting all the evidence. You will learn exactly as to why we are where we are. And as a result of that, you will be confident to say, I have learned, so I'm going to take that capital L and I'm going to say, this is not a pandemic, this is a pandemic. The evidence is clear and direct. Consequentially, the evidence presented will showcase that there is sufficient prima facie evidence against all the defendants, and indictments can be, and in a matter of fact, must be issued against the defendants in their personal or professional capacities, as well as against those co-conspirators in each and every country in the world who played a role in peddling the great illusion of follow the signs. Yes, following the signs to a point of literal death. And this is the quote from Aristotle. Quote, governments which have a regard to the common interest are constituted in accordance with strict principles of justice and are therefore true forms. But those which regard only the interest of the rulers are all defective and perverted forms, for they are despotic, whereas a state is a community of free men. I thank you, honorable members of the jury.
Thank you, Mr. Reinefeld, and thanks everyone for the opening statements. We have come to the end of the opening statements, and I would like to let the jury know, the viewers, you can be part of the jury. And we have set up an email address, contact@jury.net. You can get us, like both if you're, for instance, a lawyer and you would like to support this endeavor to provide the evidence so that the indictments can begin. So get in touch with us. And also if you are a victim, if you have undergone like problems like with your, if you have had vaccination damages, if you have suffered all kinds of losses or restrictions, you can get in touch with us and we can present your case, maybe even here while the proceedings are ongoing, or like in a additional forum, like maybe on a website, so it can be known to the world what has happened to you.
Maybe some closing words for today. We are very appreciative of the viewers' participation in this proceeding. It's a model proceeding. And I will say on behalf of the entire group of lawyers, some of whom you have met, some others you will see during the continuing proceeding when we question witnesses, for example. I want to thank you and I want to implore you to support us, to watch this, to tell the world what is really going on, because there are not very many sources which you can trust. There are a few sources. This is one of them. And we believe this is one of the most important ones of them, because what we're doing here, what we're undertaking is to give you a complete picture of what has happened and what is happening. Because only by seeing the complete picture will you come to the conclusion that we cannot trust those who many of us are used to trusting. Our governments are not our governments anymore. Our institutions have been infiltrated by those who are committing these crimes against humanity. More importantly, once you realize that, you will also come to the conclusion that it is only us, the people, who will make a difference. We will put an end to this, and we will make sure that there will be cleanup afterwards, including the procedures that are necessary in order to bring justice and in order to bring those to justice who have committed these crimes against humanity. Thank you very much.
Sorry.
I started praying right from the beginning because God is opening up a new generation to rise up and teach what God wants to do in this country. Hallelujah. And as a mom of 5 boys, I knew that it's going to be the front lines of the people that it was in the olden days. It's not going to be like it was where, you know, the army had guns now. This is going to be a reinforcement of today. We're talking about the children. I have 5 boys. I was told I couldn't have any in 6 years into the first child, the second, and the third, then nothing. And then in my 40s, I had 2 more. Why am I telling you this? Because in the last 9 years, I've been doing life single with them. And I want to share with you that God is doing something with our men. Our men are rising up this country. There's a lot of single men that have children.
Chat, can we ban him, please? Because someone banned him, please. Because he definitely has the wrong channel.
We need to speak life into these places where they've been brought down. And so when these guys were coming into town, I knew that God was saying it's time to rise up, for families to rise up, for the mothers and fathers of the land to rise up. It's time to take ownership of our sons and daughters. Not just about the physical ones we give birth to. Come on, I'm giving birth to 5. Hallelujah. But I want to share with you last year on June 2nd, with that first kid going back to school. How many have been here since the beginning? How many are new in the last few days? Woo! I want to welcome every one of you. June 2nd, Doug Ford said the kids were going back to school. And I'm a very creative parent. We're sending blessing jars out and we're bringing food to single. But that day I remember it not because of the release of that motion, but because that day was the day I got the news that my 16-year-old nephew committed suicide. When that happened, that shook me. Because when you see a
For those
child,
watching, I am going to have to put sub mode on for 5 minutes. I do apologize.
I want to talk to you about everyone that's here today about freedom. How many people want freedom? All you want to do right now is put your hands up. Everybody say, I want to be free to be me. Be you. Be you. It's time for us to be us. You and somebody beside you. It's us. It takes one in prayer to send 10,000 to flight. How many more just by coming together can we put to flight? So I'm speaking to those that are out there that God wants to do something. Now, I want to address just a minute, guys. You know what? I'm a political person, but as soon as these guys started rolling into town, I took my history book out. I found out some pretty interesting information. Lester B. Pearson. Well, first of all, January 28, 1965, on the proclamation of the Queen, our Canadian flag was born. I don't know if you knew that. Lester B. Pearson said, may the hand over which this new flag flies remain united. Sensitive. apologize. I'm so sorry to that guy who said he wanted to get involved with towing. I just want to tell him that I'm so proud of him because we're all making decisions when we want to step in like all of you. But there will be opposition. Can I tell you something today when I came in the city? Something has happened. I can feel it. Can you feel it in the spirit? Can you feel it? It's like and then there's something is about to move. It's like a dam has been broken. Hallelujah. Guys, we're stepping into this new era. We will never be the same. Never be the same. You want to know what the front lines look like? If everyone right now got arm in arm, and we all, this is the dream I had in the last number of days, that there was thousands and thousands of people linked together all around. And I believe that that is the day we're in today. That we can stand beside our brothers and sisters. And I want to recognize the Billy Graham Association is here. All the truckers that I've been bringing laundry to, all the truckers that I'm bringing food to or taking them shuttling or organizing what they need and so on. That I've been boots on the ground because I know that when you're called to go, you go. You stand for truth. And the truth will set you free. We said we want to be free to be me. We want to be free. We want to live in truth. Be truth to you. Don't let someone tell you who you is. This, you are that. You can't do this. You can't do that. You, in love. Love will cover a multitude of sins. Really angry down the other side, and one guy just stopped this big burly truck driver and gave him a big hug. The guy was still crying. We don't know each other's baggage. We don't know each other's pain, but we're all here because we know that something wasn't right. We're all here to be in peace. We're all here to love, honor, and respect. And I want to speak to every municipal person right now, including my own counselor who told me, do your due diligence, go get vaccinated or stay quiet. Stay quiet. I'm a mom. And I'm a mom. I see you guys. I see you guys. I'm a mom. Guys, we're here to serve. We're here to love. Last weekend, something amazing happened, and I'm going to just tell you why I know that we're almost out of this place. I was bringing my laundry in the middle of the cold. Boy, was it cold, and everybody that was here were troopers. Someone handed me this picture, and maybe it happens to be you. But when it was handed to me, they said, I thought you dropped this. I said, and when I picked it up, I couldn't stop crying. Maggie, it looks like the wartime because my dad, the freedom fighter, my hero. And I don't know whose this is, but I just know that it reminded me of my dad, who's not here with us. And I started to cry because this is what we need to do, guys. When we stand for truth, it's not just for us, it's for the generation.
One of the main messages. The children. And these are moms, dads too. It's the same shit. It's the same message under there. That's why they're going after the kids now. And the cops or the cities trying to say that we're no,
Whoops. Okay, guys, I'm going to be going out of my live stream. And I'll probably come back tomorrow if I find something really interesting that tweaks and I think needs to get out. I believe as a Christian that it is my obligation to stand up against tyranny. I believe that Jesus set that example for us to stand up against things that are going on. He has been warning me for about, I've had this channel, not this one, because my last channel got taken down this past year because of talking about all of this stuff, because I've been talking about this since the beginning of my channel, and I think that was 2016. God had warned me ahead of time of a lot of the things that we are seeing, but he also told me to tell and to talk and to be honest. And I think as a Christian, it is my obligation to stand, because Jesus died on the cross for us. He stood, and he is our example. And I believe that if you do follow, you should follow his example. And if you see tyranny, you should stand. So that is my opinion. Not everybody agrees, but I'm going to stick with that. I'm going to end this right now. My channel, if you guys are interested, anybody who is watching this, it is more of a spiritual based channel, but not the typical Christian. If I go through older texts, other ancient writings, and I talk about my findings of what I found. I go through history, a lot of history, through ancient histories, as far back as I'm just going as far back as I can to discover a lot of truths that have been hidden from us. So I am a Christian, but I do not allow that to stop me from looking for truth. And I don't follow men, I follow truth. Talk to you later.